Hi, this is Ken Patterson, the host of the What's Neat show over at Model Railroad Hobbyist Magazine and the What's Neat This Week in Model Railroading podcast that you all love to watch every week, keeping you informed of what's new in the hobby and with my great podcast crew. Now, if you like the NMRAx content that you're watching, don't forget to hit the like button and or subscribe, and be sure to hit that little bell icon at the bottom so that you are notified of the next show coming up. So rock and roll, guys. Enjoy the rest of this show. How's that? That last one was the best because I got my rock and roll in there.
Okay, welcome everyone to the November. Gee, this year's blown by. The November NMRAx. We got another fun-filled feature for you here today. We've got a few people starting up. We've got Ralph here ready to go, and Speed's at the bottom of the helix. And Speed's going to be your host for this morning. So I'll hand it over to Speed. Here you go.
Thank you, Martin. Welcome back to another edition of NMRAx. I would like to tell you guys about the breakout room. I think it's werby.com/MRL-Aussies. So where you can meet the clinician afterwards in either a specific room or just in the general room over there. So today we have our very first NMRAx clinician ever giving us another clinic. This time he's 6. He has modeled everything from 1/24 scale down to HO scale, which a little bit of his current layout is shown behind him. In the wider modeling world, with all of his digital endeavors, he is a little bit better known as the Mud Father. So please welcome, as almost all our presenters tonight, from Ontario, Canada, Ralph Renzetti.
Good afternoon, guys, ladies and gentlemen, and kids of all ages. Today's presentation I'm going to do as part of a video I found on YouTube. And I thought it was brilliant the way this guy did this, but he did not explain how to do anything. It was just a video. So I played around at it and I managed to get it to work for me both in 1/24th scale, as Speed mentioned, all the way down to HO. And by the way, I do have elements on my layout that are N scale as well, Speed. So uh, let me just share my screen and we'll get started. Okay, so the thing that I'm doing is chipping paint with wax paper. And you're probably going to laugh at this. It's wax paper and Vaseline, or petroleum jelly, as some people know it. And as you can see, that picture is the results of how it turns out. Um, so the tools you're going to use, and I haven't tried this on plastic, so I don't know if it'll work on plastic. I can't see why it wouldn't, but um, it would have to be plastic strips, like in basswood. You have basswood siding, clapboard, board and batten, that sort of thing, single strips. Solid wall of plastic. I'm not sure whether it would look right, but it's worth a try. Uh, but I won't be trying it. So then you're also going to need Vaseline and petroleum jelly and regular kitchen wax paper. Any brand, doesn't matter. You need a wire brush. I I have a stainless steel brush that's about 1.5 inches of bristle, and it's about a 1/2 inch wide. And I use it for my modeling when I'm working on wood projects. Also, you're going to need a wire pen. Some people have seen them with the fiberglass filament. Others, there's a brass one, and there's also a stainless steel one. And that's great for distressing the wood. This is one of the things that we do when you build fine scale. You distress the wood, and then you age it. So the other thing you're going to need is a card file. Card file is um, a short-haired wire brush. The bristles on it are about 1/4 inch in length, and the card file is about 1.5 inches wide by probably 6 inches, and it's used for cleaning metal files for when you're doing metal work and you're filing an edge or something, and the metal gets stuck in the teeth of the file. The card file cleans it out. Well, it works great for working on this kind of thing. So then you need a number 11 blade in an X-Acto knife. I use the smaller X-Acto knives. You can actually get the wider one. I don't know what the blade number is that goes into that. But the knife of your choice, start with a clean blade, a new blade. Then your choice of paint. I use the Vallejo paints. I use for part of it I used Vallejo Air. The other part I used what do they call it? Model colors, Vallejo model colors. Well, the Vallejo colors, the paint itself is it's an acrylic vinyl-based paint, and I think that's what makes this work so well, at least in my opinion. The other thing you're going to need is some Tamiya gloss or semi-gloss, or you could even use matte. Um, the numbers on the gloss and semi-gloss, gloss is X22 and the semi-gloss is X35. Your favorite brand of stain for your model railroading. I use Hunterline products. Some people use shoe dye that they mix with alcohol. That's all fine as long as you can stain your wood. So there's the products that I just talked about. And at the bottom, that little thing the knives are sitting on is the card file. Model color paints, Tamiya paints, wax paper, Vaseline, and so on. That Euro tool that you see there with the yellow handle has uh, brass wire in it, as well. You can get, I think the other one is blue, it could be green, has stainless steel brush in it. And I use it to add grain to the wood. So the other things you're going to need is I also have on hand, and I used it. Uh, I used the Tamiya clears as well as I tried it a second time with the Artist Liquitex and Winsor Newton products, and it worked equally as well. So I stain my boards. I have a nice brush that's it's about a ½ inch wide, um, small tub of Vaseline, and wax paper that it's sitting on. Now I do it. I have a round turntable that's about 14 inches in diameter. So I take the wax paper because you're going to need approximately 1 foot of it, and I tape it down so that it's down nice and snug, and just in preparation. So this is the old school type of weathering. You take your basswood, you stain it, you distress the wood with whether you use a hacksaw blade perpendicular to the length of the board, sort of twisting it as you go down from top to bottom, or you can use your razor saw that has a low tooth count, just something to uh, represent grain better than what you see in the basswood by itself. And then you paint your color on. And with your wire brush, you take your color off, and whatever sticks, that's the result you have. Well, with this new process, it's not as drawn out. The first two steps apply, but the second one, the results are dramatic as far as I see. Now, I managed to do it a second time to get it two different colors on the same board, but you may only want to have one. So the process is the same: blank board, stain it, distress it, and then do this process with the wax paper. So on a clean, dry, flat surface, fasten a 10 by 12-inch piece of wax paper. It doesn't have to be a turntable like I have, just on a flat surface. I find if I fasten it down, I don't have to contend with it sliding all over the table. And if you just happen to breathe the wrong way, you send it halfway across the table. Anyway, that's heavy breathing, just in case. Um, make sure that it's fastened down for sure. Let's see, we distress the wood and the stain. And once you've done that, and you got your dark stain and everything on there, and you've chewed up the edges and maybe the bottom, what you want to consider the bottom end, add a coat of matte medium to seal it. A good liberal coat of matte medium to seal it. If you don't do that, this process won't work properly. The idea is to seal the surface of the paint or the surface of the board so that the next step doesn't soak in. So now this is what I consider the fun part. And when you're model railroading, to me, the best part of it is when you get your hands dirty. You're right in there working on part of your model. Well, this gives you that opportunity. You dip a finger into the Vaseline, petroleum jelly, and you smear it all over the wax paper. Make sure you got it all coated. Um, then you take a clean flat brush and you can add your paint. And I add a fair amount of paint. Don't be chintzy. Um, this stuff, just like when you add water to an oil or a wax surface, the water beads up. That's what's going to happen initially. So when you put your paint now on top of the Vaseline, you take your brush and you spread it out, go one way and then go in the opposite in a perpendicular direction and then back again. And you'll find that it will relax enough to settle down and give you a surface to put your boards on. So now with what I use a number 2 or a 3 round brush in gloss media or semi-gloss, doesn't matter. You dab randomly all over the board. So it's not complete, it's not covered, it's speckled with gloss media. You repeat it until the wood strips are all on the wax paper, and once you put that stuff, the gloss on the board, you physically take that board and turn it face down on top of the painted wax paper. Press it down, leave it there. Go to the next board, do the same thing. I then, just because I wasn't sure when I did this how long it would take to transfer or to dry. So I placed the second piece of wax paper on the top. I put a book on top of it, and I went to bed. Next morning, I got up, took the book off, the wax paper, and I started peeling the boards off. And I was amazed at the way it turned out. I even after doing it the second time, it's nice. It's actually good to see the way it turns out. The first time I did it with the white. So each board now has where the gloss was, picks up the paint off the wax paper, and the rest stays blank. So then you take a toothbrush or your wire brush and you just brush off the loose ends, because it does sort of have loose edges and you want to clean them up a bit. If you want to do it a second time, you repeat some of those steps over again. You take the boards that are with the white and you make sure that you have a new piece of wax paper with a new color on it, and you dab your matte medium, or pardon me, the gloss medium on the board, and then put it down on the new paint color randomly. Or the other method you could use is just flicking the brush, putting the gloss medium on the brush and flick the tip of the brush and let it spatter onto the board. And you'll get the result with a dual color. So there's a short video here, and you'll see what it looks like. Where did we go?
Well, Ralph, I'm going to ask you the most important question first. How does Ralph make it look so easy?
Practice, practice, practice. After doing it the second time, it was a lot easier than experimenting the first time, not knowing what you're doing. So uh, knowing what you're doing is it's half the battle, and that's why it looks so easy.
Cool. So there's a lot of questions here about what kind of paint. Pan pastels.
Pan pastels are not paint;
Someone put that into
they're
to mess
chalk.
with you. Yeah.
And I know who put that in there.
Shh,
That had
don't tell.
that had to be Marty.
So will it work with craft paint?
You can use a craft paint. If I'm not saying it's going to work like this. All I've done is I've used Vallejo paints. That's the only one I've experimented with, and I'm really happy with the results. I don't see why it wouldn't work with the craft paint. It just might not work as well.
Okay. And would that cover craft acrylic, low quality versus high quality artistic acrylic
Yes,
paints?
yes. So and as far as the varnishes go, because of everything that I do with my weathering, I use the Tamiya clear, gloss, semi-gloss, and flat. I also use dull coat. Um, but dull coat I get in a 2-ounce bottle, and I mix it 50-50 with lacquer thinner. By doing that, that 2-ounce bottle gives me 10 spray cans, the same amount that you would get in 10 spray cans.
Okay, okay.
So that's what when I'm done and everything's all done and finished, my final coat is dull coat.
Okay, someone asked, would adding a crackle medium to the paint help to add to the effect?
You can experiment. That's how I experiment, but I don't think it will help because there are uh, well, if I can show you some boards, um, you can see the fact that they are already crackled. It's a close-up picture of it. Um, so as the paint dries, once it gets into the atmosphere, sort of thing, because it was covered before,
Hmm.
and it sort of dried overnight. It stayed flexible, as you saw in the video. It was sort of peeled off, sort of elasticy, sort of. Well, as it dries, the crackles start to show, and you can see it in that.
That looks really good.
So then if
Wow.
there's a little closer, and there's with the two colors. So you can see there is crackle there. You know, like there's the vertical one that went along the line of the grain that I put in. Um, so I really don't think you need the crackle paint, but I'm not saying don't. Give it a try. There's the
So,
doors.
so
And you
next,
can see on the bottom of the door there, that's done with the card file and the wire brush.
cool.
Just don't use balsa wood. Balsa wood is too soft. And if you try and distress it with a wire brush, you will literally shred it.
Okay, next question. In HO, 1x6 boards are 1/16 wide. How does it
Yep.
come out in HO? Well, it's
Okay.
an HO.
I never took it down to HO, but what I did do is I took it down to what do you call it? 1/8 of an inch. And 1/8 of an inch, I figured on a like on a barn or whatever, the board is more than 6 inches. So
Yes.
I did 1/8 inch boards. And if I can show you that, it's not going to show very well, but that's 1/8 inch boards. And there's the 1/24 scale board beside it. So it does scale down. It's just you have to be careful how you do it. Make
Mhm.
sure that you put the wood grain in the wood. Um, and that's the sort of I mean, you can play around all you want. The thing is, experiment, get comfortable with what you're doing, and see what happens.
You think we can do it with scribed basswood sheets?
Well, you could probably do it with basswood sheets, but it won't look as good as if individual boards, because if the paint doesn't have a separation where the board lines are, then it's not going to look right.
So the same for a complete wall.
Yes. That's why I
Okay.
question doing it in plastic.
And then the last question I see here, is there any issue with the boards warping?
No. As a matter of fact, when I was putting the brush, the toothbrush, and then a wire brush over them, um, the paint was actually flexible. And now that
Mhm.
the paint is cured, because it's not a solid layer of paint, it's not pulling that surface up to warp it. Plus, it's an acrylic. It's not an oil-based paint.
Mhm.
Now, in order to darken this stained board itself after you're done, it's best to go over the wall with um, some sort of mineral-based stain, so
Okay.
that you can enhance it or make, like weather it. Um, I have the side of the barn. I can show you what it looks like. Now, all I did there was I oversprayed it with a light dust color, and then I was going to do the stain, and the stain would, and you'd have the same thing in nature. You go and look at this stuff. You got a parged wall that brick are showing through. You're going to have stains running down from the ledge where the board
Mhm.
stops, and then you're going to have even more coming from the bottom of those where the bricks are exposed. Some comes down the flat part of the parging, some comes down from the bricks. When it's all done, it looks natural. And by having the random uh, boards, it doesn't look phony or forced.
Well, since I don't see any other questions here, how about you tell us how you made the brick pattern? And it looks like you covered it up with something.
I did. I have a brick mold that I use, um, and then I used spackle on top of it. And I tried to keep a nice clean edge. You can see in that small spot, um, right in here, the clean edge where it looks like it's just broken off.
Hmm.
That's what I tried to do for the whole thing. Um, what I also did, because I use plaster of Paris, I don't use hydrocal. Hydrocal I find is too hard for what I do. So I took those small pieces of stone and I ran them on a piece of sandpaper until they were kind of thin. So I didn't have to put a whole batch of spackle on.
So where is this building heading?
It's heading to a competition. As soon as we open up here and have competitions, this is my barn find.
Oh, you got to show
Here's an-
more.
Here's another little trick I can show you is this tarp. Like I spent a month detailing the inside of this car to the exact replica of the car. And then I covered it with a tarpaulin. And I
Really?
thought to myself, you idiot, But anyway, you can see some of the detail I put in here around the engine compartment, the fittings and so on. So this is just a piece of tissue paper, Kleenex.
Uh-huh.
And I put I have these little paper clips or clothespins that my wife has for her embroidery, just to hold the paper
Mm-hmm.
down. I sprayed it with a mist of water first, soapy water, like a wet water. And then I came back with a 50-50 mix of white glue and water and just painted it on. I folded the tarp up so it was gathered around the back edge there. And of course, to make sure it didn't stick to the car, I wrapped the car in saran wrap.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure whether it was going to stick, but I wanted to make sure it didn't. So I put the saran wrap. And when it was done, all said and done, the saran wrap, except for where it was gathered, the saran wrap came off. And then you can trim the tarpaulin to match. So once I put it on the floor, I managed to get certain bends in it and so on. And then I painted it because it came off as a hard shell. Now I could hold it in my hand and paint it. So in this barn find, there's a whole bunch of items. Um, this barrel, I couldn't find a 124 scale barrel, so I made one from flat stock. That shelf you saw on the previous slide is here. And on top of that, there's going to be 3 paint cans. And when the paint cans tip over, of course, one of them is a bucket with a brush in it. One falls down on top of the Coke machine. So everything in this diorama is either handcrafted, like scratch built, or 3D printed. So the crates, these two are 3D printed, and they're painted with my watercolor pencils, which was the last NMRAx that I did. The Coke, I mean, what can you do to a Coke container? It's plastic in real life. But the machine itself, it's painted with alclad paint, stainless steel color, and then red Tamiya, and of course white on the letters. But where I
Wow.
wanted to show some wear, I took Windex. That's red. It's flat color. It's not gloss. It's flat. Take Windex on a brush and you start rubbing it to where you have normal wear that it wears the paint off to the steel. And then we have the paint buckets. So there's your stainless steel finish on the paint buckets. Something else I had to make. I used my wife's LaserJet printer to print off labels.
Cool.
And I tried to do an experiment what the paint would look like. So I took a piece of 10 thou plastic and painted it in the shape of the spill that I wanted
Uh-huh.
and down here. And I thought this looks great. So when I did it for real, I actually used it as a template, painted the line or painted the paint up to the line and sat the paint bucket in it and down in here, same thing. That barrel is also done with watercolor pencils, weathered. So my barn find, and oh, this is another little thing. When I go to Costco and my wife gets containers and so on, anything that's in a blister pack that has a flat surface, I save the flat blister, right? The flat
Yeah, yeah,
packing,
yeah.
the clear. So that's clear acetate that I sat and cut out each one of those teeth. I carved the handles out of wood and I used a straight pin to do the rivets. So now in the first movie of Back to the Future, or maybe it's the second, the one where he climbs the clock tower to get power from the lightning bolt.
Yes.
So there's the rod that was attached to the car. It's on the rafters in the barn, along with a bird's nest. The block and tackle was scratch built as well. Some old fenders I had laying around, I just rusted them, along with a barrel ring. Actually, the barrel ring is the top of a prescription bottle. So there's the Coke machine with the paint on it. Jack Daniels. You know why Jack Daniels comes in square bottles, right?
No.
So it doesn't roll off your dashboard.
Do you get any sleep at night?
Yeah.
Wow.
Go to bed at 2 a.m. Get up at 10 a.m. So I get enough. So here's the door with the chip paint. The hinges are made from aluminum foil. They're straight pin heads as screws. The nail holes are filled with telephone wire to simulate nails. And then, of course, the rusting. The padlock is a staple bent to the shape I wanted and fitted into a piece of plastic that I got from a part sprue and just shaped it. The last part of there's a better picture of it. Of course, being Canadian, I had to throw in the hockey stick. And these hockey sticks, when I was growing up, were made by a company called Hespler, which was an indigenous run company.
So was that in the movie?
No, that was in my lifetime. So that's in there.
I just want to make sure they don't deduct points for you adding a hockey stick into.
No. Actually, I was going to put something else in with the hockey stick, but I didn't do it. But that's okay. So there's one
There
of
you
the
go.
characters that I'm putting in. That's Wally from the movie Wally that I scratch built. There's the layout with different parts in it. And these corrugated metal pieces, they're from a cookie wrapper.
Oh, wow.
Package of cookies that we got. And I looked at it and I thought, that's a larger scale corrugated metal. That'll work fine.
Anything special about that motorcycle?
No, it's just a space filler.
Okay.
I was going to go through the process of cutting all the spokes out and putting real wire spokes in, and I thought, no, I don't need that. I don't need that right now. So again, the saw blade is another piece of acetate. As we move down. So I start to bring in a bunch of movie themes into this as well. So you have Wall-E, you have Star Wars, Minions, and the license plates that are up on top. This whole diorama has either movie or television shows in these license plates. So the first one here is Miami Vice. The second one is Smokey and the Bandit.
Yep.
The third one, if not everybody's going to know this, is Car 54. Where are you?
Okay.
The Lin 274 is Gone in 60 Seconds. Eleanor. And then Robin is Magnum PI, the original Magnum PI.
Yes.
Stark 1 is Iron Man. Stark 11 and 4. This one here is from Biff's Mercury convertible in the first movie when he got dumped with the manure. And then, of course, from the first movie, there's Out of Time, which was the first plate they had on it. Jurassic Park. One of these I can't remember, but this one here is from a Bates Motel. That wasn't Psycho was the name of the movie.
Mhm.
So that's what all is in this. So I have 2 minions, the license plates, and all that. And that
Unbelievable.
1/24 scale. So the
How big?
only actual model is the car.
How big is the whole thing roughly?
About 12, 13 inches square.
Okay.
But again, it all comes down to there's the doors. The back of the doors are with the white finish. And I stained it with the AK finishes on top of that. The mineral-based stains. So
Amazing.
that's where I spend my time. I model all over the place. I have this stack of boxes behind me is 40, I think it's 49 N scale locomotives for weathering and sound cards. My own layout. I've been working on my barge scene that's part of Slocan Lake in British Columbia.
Cool. So one day you'll give us a layout tour.
Actually, yeah.
Cool.
There's a video on YouTube right now that Chris Lyon did a two-part video with me sitting right here, and the second part is the layout tour of that was what 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe more.
Pretty neat.
But
Well,
doing all this other stuff for the models and doing locomotives for other people, my layout has been suffering. So just lately, I've been doing work on it.
don't worry. Many of us know the feeling.
Yeah.
So, well, Ralph, that was amazing. You know, the first part and the second part. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think Marty wants to talk to us about the breakout rooms. If you have any further questions for Ralph,
He's on mute.
of course.
I shouldn't be on mute now.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so we've that was another brilliant clinic by Ralph. That chipping paint effect. I don't know. Sometimes if he's actually shown us pictures of real distressed doors or the model, it looks so real. But, anyway.
I showed you this stuff. You can see that it's in my hand.
I did. I know, but it just as someone says, said in the chat, I think, how come Ralph makes it look so easy? That's yeah. Anyway,
Practice.
as Speed mentioned, we've got the breakout rooms happening this weekend again. So you can see up on the screen here. That's what the room looks like. It's at wearby.com, MRL-Aussies, and we've posted the link, I think, in the chat. So I think Ralph's going to head over to the room.
I am, but don't forget the slash, Marty.
That's right. Don't forget the slash.
.com/MRL.
There you go. See, we've got to get the guests to actually do the host's job here because they can't get it. They can't get it right. You're lucky I didn't start the show 15 minutes early, Ralph. I mean, we could have been
like the very first one.
Yeah, like the very, very first one. That was just a warm up. Someone told me that there was a time frame that we had to run it in, but I didn't realize that was actually fixed. I thought, Anyway, here's the room. It's really easy to get into. Once you get to the room, there you can see there's a few people sitting down there at the moment. Maybe we can get one of those to demonstrate the room. I think Andy Ambrose is there. If Andy clicks over into Ralph's room, you'll see the A will move across to Ralph's little group there. Ralph's going to head over there now. So anybody that has any questions or likes, you can jump in there and you can have a conversation with him. The beauty about this is you can do that while you still have the stream going. So you don't have to drop out of the stream. You can come over to the breakout rooms at any time. In fact, I think last time we had a bunch of people in there actually sitting there watching the stream, talking to each other, like they were all in the one room. So anyway, the wonders of modern technology. It's amazing what Google can do, isn't that right, Speed?
Indeed, indeed.
I'll see you over there, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ralph.
You're welcome.
So I guess it's time to get the next presenter in here and close this down. There's the link. The links are in the chat for the room. That's what it looks like. Everybody head on over there. I think Ralph's there now. And just click the join group button. So where you see it says join group, just click that and you'll be in a private room with Ralph. That sounds a bit ominous, doesn't it? Anyhow, what do you reckon, Speed? We go and get things ready for the next clinic, and we'll see everyone in 5 to 10.
Please bring the elevator music.
Hey, this is Tony Cook. I want you to do a couple of things for me here real quick while you're watching and enjoying this NMRAx channel. Subscribe, like, and click the bell icon. That's 3 things. How many things did I say? Well, do these 3 things for me, and then you'll always keep up to date with all this fun stuff on the NMRAx. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back. This is our next presenter's second NMRAx clinic in 2021. He's currently the superintendent of the Western Ontario Division, Niagara Frontier Region in Canada. He's building his second HO layout of the Welland subdivision of the Toronto, Hamilton, and Buffalo Railway. He has lived with his wife in a village near Baden, Ontario for the last 7 years. They have 4 children and 6 grandchildren. Please welcome Mr. Paul Hurley.
Thank you, Speed, and welcome everyone. This is our presentation on selling model train inventory on the internet. I'm going to be speaking fairly quickly, so I hope everyone can hear me just fine. This presentation is going to be perfect, I think, for people who are looking to sell an estate or give information to an executor, certainly for anyone who wants to get rid of excess inventory, which is where I've been on and off for the last couple of years. Certainly people who live a distance from model train shows might want to consider selling on the internet. This may help them. And certainly anyone who's looking to fill a void and do a little bit of learning due to pandemic restrictions might also find this presentation of interest. Also, we're going to be providing what I hope will be a good list of do's and some things that you won't want to do if you proceed to try selling on the internet. This presentation, I hope, will be of value and interest to anyone who's not sold on the internet for a while or anyone who's contemplating it, and certainly those of us who just like to try new things. What this session is not about is critiquing, bashing, criticizing, and any such thing related to current websites. If there's something that you want to get off your chest, I'm going to suggest this is not the clinic for you. You probably want to take it to a bar. Buying on the internet is not what this session is about. We're about how to sell on the internet and sell effectively. I just won't have the time to provide you with specific instructions about how to navigate your way through the ins and outs of being or setting up selling on any particular website. I'm sorry, but the good websites have lots of information available to people like you and me. And finally, it's not going to be about how to set up a store on the internet, although this might give you some ideas like do's and don'ts that you can apply if that's something that you want to proceed with. What's my experience in selling online? Well, I'm not affiliated with any website. First of all, that's the first thing to declare. I've done some selling on and off over the intervals indicated here, and I have been a buyer for quite a number of years. And you learn things about what you like and dislike about particular sites and sellers from the other side of the transaction. These are the sites we're going to be looking at as this session progresses. And what I should say as well is I reached out to at least 3, if not 4 of them, and sent information or a request for information to a number of them. And at the end of the day, quite frankly, no one was able to or willing to provide me with any more factual information about their sites that I could share with you. So everything that I'm going to be presenting in this session, unfortunately, comes just from my personal experience and doing a little bit of broader research. So why might you and I consider selling on the internet? Well, here are 3 reasons that made a lot of sense to me and why I started it up a couple of years ago. The first one, and the really dramatic one, is reach. I've been able to connect with sellers, quite frankly, all over the world. Just last weekend, I sold a locomotive to a man in Colorado. He and I would never meet up at a train show here in Southern Ontario, where I live. I've sold over the years to people in Latin America, to a couple of people in Europe, and I think at least one person in Australia. Without the facility of the internet and the tools that are available to someone like me, I'd just never be able to reach those kinds of people. The other thing I really like about selling on the internet, especially the really, well, I'll call them robust sites, is that it's all automated. Once you load what you want to sell on the website in particular, it works 24/7, 365 days of the year if you let it. Doesn't take breaks, doesn't shut down, never gets sick, and it can do a lot of sometimes automated things for you on your behalf, like accepting or rejecting bid offers from people.
So that saves me a lot of time for all the other things that I'm involved in. The other thing then is time management, and I've kind of touched on that. I personally don't get a lot of enjoyment out of sitting at a table at a train show for 6.5 hours, hoping that someone will come by and express an interest to what's on my table. I don't mind being at a modeler's corner on behalf of the NMRA. That's different. But in terms of the buy-sell relationship, it's just not the way I choose to spend my time, but everyone has different needs. In terms of the cost of selling, this tends to be a very passionate topic I've discovered over the years. A lot of the people that I know through the NMRA and otherwise in the hobby have a lot of very strong opinions, and it's usually about what they don't like about the internet. But when they get into a discussion about their experiences, it tends to be, I find, a one sided discussion. For you and I, making a decision about how am I going to invest my time and energy selling something on the internet, we need to consider every possible cost before we make that decision, because overhead reduces your net income. We all get excited about gross and often don't make the calculation about what were my costs. And I think it's important you choose a method that you like, that feel comfortable for you, fits your objectives, and works in terms of what you're going to sell. And in terms of objectives, if one of your objectives is you want to socialize with a lot of people, then train shows are probably the forum that you want to use. But if you've got some other things going on like me, maybe some of these other factors work for you. So when you're comparing costs about whether you're going to sell live or whether you're going to do it remotely, you need to make sure you're comparing apples to apples, it seems to me. And you also need to consider what you're selling. If what you've got is a lot of very used, abused equipment, a lot of horn hook couplers and that kind of thing, a lot of old track torn off of layouts, it's got ballast and stuff, you might be better off at a flea market type site or forum than at some of the other sites that are out there. So generally I've found it's important to have the right combination or match between what you're selling and where you're selling it. So here's an example. We in Southern Ontario, like I think just about everyone that's on this call, if not everyone, you've been in a quarantine, shutdown, lockdown, call it what you will, for at least the last 18 months. The Woodstock Train Show in Southern Ontario was the first one in the last 18 months. I'm a member of the Toronto, Hamilton, and Buffalo Historical Society, and we have a chap who's been going to shows for as long as I've known him. At the Woodstock show, he sold $400 Canadian worth of stuff. Well, that's his gross, but here's his estimated costs. So, in fact, his actual net based on his costs were about $258, let's say, actually $248. But in actual fact, in calculating what his net was, I didn't factor in his wholesale costs. So some of the things that the society sells are coffee mugs and clothing and calendars and things like that. So there's another set of costs that have to be determined before we rub our hands with glee, look at all the money we made. The other thing that we often don't calculate in carefully or give any consideration to is our own time. Now, many of us are retired. Things like attending the Woodstock show are done on a voluntary basis. But a really good friend of mine, Pat Rivard, who has been involved in his own train business, selling things out of his basement, said to me one day that just after a number of years of doing all the things that are listed in green at the bottom of this slide, it really did become very, very onerous. And we may always consider these as a part of our costs, but they are real, and they can be a consumer of your time and when you could be spending it other ways. So again, you got to factor that in when you're making choices about how you're going to sell and what you're going to sell. So if you decide that you would like to proceed with selling on the internet, what are some things that might keep you from being successful? Well, here are some common mistakes that I and others have observed. One is just that mismatch of what you're selling with where you're selling it on the internet or even in person. What I'm often surprised at are the people who've done either poor price research or no research whatsoever. And the other one that floors me is just either the lack of information or the really poor photos. Um, Over the last month, I've been surprised at the number of items I've looked at to purchase where at least half of the photographs that the individual was being, I know, encouraged to post with the selling listing, at least half of the pictures were out of focus. So I couldn't get any detail. I had to send emails to the individual listing the item if I was interested, which is clearly more work for that party. If they'd taken the time to check their photos before they loaded them, we would have avoided that extra activity. In fact, I'm just remembering now, I actually saw my first ever listing in the last week where someone didn't list or post, I should say, any photographs whatsoever. Wow, what a wasted opportunity. Unrealistic expectations on behalf of the seller like me, I think can also drive us into making some mistakes in terms of how we present ourselves on the internet. If I think this is going to be a slam dunk, everybody's going to want what I've got to offer, it's not going to take any length of time whatsoever, and look at all the money I'm going to make, that may set me up for a lot of disappointment down the road. And careless mistakes, typos. Again, just in the last 2 weeks, going to a guy's site where he posted an item and he spells the word branch line wrong right off of the box. Typos, sure, but proofreading before you press the button to list, that's something that is in our control. So, what are the recipes for success? Well, one, of course, is to make sure you know what your trains are worth. There's lots of ways to do it. If you've got classic trains, Lionel trains, there's all sorts of printed resources, all sorts of places you can go on the internet to get a sense. And of course, you can go to other websites and check out what things are currently listed for in your area, as opposed to just kind of going on by guess and by golly. You also need to know what the market is doing. You may have some research that says that your locomotive is worth $300, but if 20 other sellers on the website you've chosen are selling it for 280, you'd be a fool to be the highest priced item in the market if you want to get rid of that item in reasonably good turnaround time. Again, managing our own expectations, I think is a very important starting point. If I make extra money through a bidding process by having a number of people compete against each other, great, I'm a winner. But often I end up selling something for the initial price that I listed it for. So managing my expectations helps me from being disappointed unnecessarily. Again, matching your inventory to the site that you choose. Writing accurate and full descriptions, I think, is really important. The onus is on us, including good photos we've talked about. Testing your locomotives before putting them out there. Make, imagine your disappointment if something that you'd been really interested in, excited that you'd found it, been able to close the deal, when you finally open the box and put it on your layout, it just doesn't work. You don't want to have your reputation tied to that, let alone the site that you are being displayed on. And for gosh sakes, clean your models. I think of the number of images that I've looked at over the years where it looks like someone's trying to sell a chia pet. It is just remarkable to me that they wouldn't take the extra time to even just run their model under a tap, let alone maybe take some extra care. And finally, I think it's really important to be honest. Do unto others as you'd prefer to have things done to you. If there's something missing, if there's something broken, if there's a blob of glue, don't do what one guy was doing a couple of months ago and say, take a look at the pictures. That's the way I'm selling it. And then the onus is on me to carefully comb through it and determine the answers to those kinds of questions. Is there anything wrong with it? I think fuller descriptions are the ones that I prefer if I'm buying. So why wouldn't I offer that to the people I'd like to sell to? So essentially, the sites that are out there can be organized into these four categories. At the end of the day, I think it's kind of academic. You and I are going to choose the site that we think is going to provide the best access to people that want to buy, and we like the way they're set up. This final sort of general comment before we get into a review of sites. Um, I love the advice that one consultant gave years ago, and it's begin with the end in mind. Well, you'd like to be successful, but what if you aren't? Another bit of advice from one of my favorite fictional characters in the Lee Child's novel series. Hope for the best, but plan for the worst. So, what are you going to do if your item doesn't sell? Well, number one, checking your expectations helps. Are you prepared to be flexible? I recently sold a locomotive, in fact, last weekend, that I listed or relisted 3 times. Finally, not only did it sell, but I managed to get a small bidding war going. So much like selling a home, if when you first list it, you don't get any offers, what my wife and I have done over the years is we slowly drop the price until we find where the market is. And sometimes you get a really good result. And in the case of the one model that I was referring to, or the locomotive, somebody actually thanked me for relisting it. So clearly he'd been one of the watchers over time, but had just never decided to pull the trigger. He was waiting for the right moment. Fair enough. And so you're not crying in your beer like this chap on the right hand side. How are you going to cut your losses if that inventory item that at the end of the day you just really wanted to part ways with and not necessarily make a profit on? Maybe that's your ultimate goal. Well, in our area, there's certainly a number of options. One is that you can, if you know someone like I do, you can take your items to him. And if he's a chap who handles a lot of estate sales, probably you'll at least get 50 cents back on the original dollar of your purchase or somewhere in that neighborhood. The other thing that's available to me, perhaps something like this to you as well, again, if you just ultimately want to create space underneath your layout for your next acquisition, I have access to the Mennonite Central Committee thrift store. And there are, from time to time, people who have turned in model train items for sale. So I could always do that as well. Well, let's take a look at ultimately what's available to you and I. And again, these are the sites that we're going to be looking at in the next 20, 25 minutes or so. So Craigslist, well known to many of you, I'm sure. Craigslist can basically be thought of as a online classified ad service. The way it is set up is, although it's on the internet, it's really intended to be used on a local geographic basis. So I started off by searching in the Kitchener-Waterloo, Cambridge area, which is where I live in Southern Ontario, and it has a population, for reference, of about 630,000 people. So I searched for model trains and look at the hits that I got, all of 9. Now, if you quickly look across the tiles of photos, you go, what the heck are these? What is a fishing rod and some fidget toy got to do with trains? Well, so much for the keywords in the listings and the power of the Craigslist search engine. But undaunted, I thought I would try again. So this time I went to New York and figured, well, with something like 14 million people, surely I'd get more hits. Well, I did, but they weren't what I would call spectacular. There's only 36 in all of New York City. So again, you can assess, is that the site or the platform that you want to be on? So Craigslist, does it handle individual sellers like you and me? Yes, it does. Listings are free, which is very attractive. The big surprise to me was to read about again and again concerns about all the scammers and fraud artists and other disreputable people that have gravitated to the Craigslist platform over the years. And went so far as to even suggest on website, if I was a seller going to off to meet someone for a face-to-face transaction, make sure I tell people exactly where I'm going to be in case I don't come back in an expected time frame. Ooh, red flag for me. You'll make your own decisions ultimately, but that's what I learned about Craigslist. Alibaba, initially you might say, why are we looking at a Chinese website? Well, let's park the geopolitical issues and realize that number one, this is a global economy, and number two, we are talking about the internet. And Alibaba, depending on how you measure it, is one of the, if not the largest, person to person and business to business selling sites in the world. Plus, they started an American presence about a decade or more ago. So using the Alibaba.com website, I believe from the United States, I searched on model trains and this is what I brought up. And there's a key factor here. Maybe you're interested in this locomotive, but notice that they're selling minimum sets of 2,000. And that's pretty much what Alibaba is all about. Same thing here. Lots of 200, lots of 500. So Alibaba really doesn't cater to the likes of Paul Hurley. It's really set up for B2B transactions, business and suppliers selling to other businesses. So maybe a name that you've heard of before, but it's not really, at least in North America, set up for the likes of you and me. The other one too is Shopify. Shopify you may have heard of, but it's set up really to help businesses that are either on the internet improve the way they sell, or to help brick and mortar businesses move to the internet. So again, not for the likes of me. Kijiji. Some of you may have heard about it, but one of the things I've learned is that Kijiji is not as widely known, quite likely, as I anticipated. And that's largely because its presence is mainly in Canada. Now, you'll note, if you scan down quickly to the third bullet, it was purchased by eBay, and they took it and launched it in the United States. However, as I did more research, the Wall Street Journal pronounced that Kijiji just hasn't been that successful in the United States. I have used it in Canada on a number of occasions to sell tools, and I've purchased some things like computer fans over Kijiji. One of the things I've experienced is that at least 50% of the time, anybody who's interested in buying what you're selling wants to haggle. Well, I've lived in the Middle East for at least 7 years, and I've done a lot of haggling in souks. But I can tell you this: when it comes to selling my model train stuff, I'm not willing to dicker over something that I've put a price on. That's my choice. Therefore, I'm not interested in selling my model train inventory on Kijiji. What do things look like on Kijiji? Well, I did a search on model trains in Canada. That's what the displays look like. So, are they set up for people like you and me as individuals? Absolutely, yes. Listings are free. It's very much in competition with Craigslist. Its reputation seems to be much, much better than Craigslist. However, it is really about a local market. I was getting people maybe an hour's drive from my home, and we would meet in a coffee shop in a neutral space and do the transaction either there or in their parking lot. Cash is the main way of completing a transaction. Groups.io. Groups.io, I only found out about last year during the pandemic, thanks to a modeler friend of mine that you may know of through his articles, George Ducka. He recommended the Hindsight 2020 RPM group to me, and thus I discovered Groups.io. Groups.io, with a little bit of research, was clearly set up to be more than just a selling site. It's really about software and software exchange and co-development. But as will happen, the use of the Groups.io platform has diversified and includes groups. So I sorted, on model train groups and found that there are 58 of them. Clearly, not all allow sales, but here's a list that I discovered, or partial list of what I discovered on Groups.io. But if you drill down a little bit within that list, you will find sites that have been set up for groups exclusively for selling, and their names tell you everything that you need to know. So HO Yard Sale, 3XP. It turns out the X means experimental. This site was actually set up in 2017, if I recall correctly. It has 63 members, so not a lot of people selling from it. And they, like all of the groups within Groups.io, they have their own set of rules and regulations, and this is just some of them posted here. And that's the other key thing, is that when you are listing your item, you're essentially putting up a posting. There isn't a set of templates and other kinds of tools to assist you and I as sellers, but it may work for you just the way that you would like. Certainly, it has become more and more popular. I'm told by a couple of people that some of the people that used to sell on platforms like eBay started to migrate toward Groups.io. Fewer rules, fewer things that you can and can't do, and certainly less overhead. Another more specialized site within Groups.io here for O-scalers. So Groups.io, definitely set up for individuals. As I said before, individual group sites within the Groups.io platform, very low or no cost overhead. Reputationally seems to be pretty good. The one thing I became aware of, though, is because essentially you and I as sellers are responsible for what we are listing on a particular Groups.io subplatform or within a group. One of the complaints that I detected is that if I'm not a conscientious seller, you, the shopper, may see something that you really, really wanted, get into it, get excited, start trying to dicker around it, only to discover, hey, I sold it 2 weeks ago and I forgot to take down my listing. Those kinds of things seem to me can have blowback on the reputation ultimately of a platform, but it doesn't mean that it's a black mark against the site. And certainly, if you're getting involved in Groups IO, you would want to be one of the more conscientious sellers. I think it's relatively easy to use from what I could see. And again, it's partly as a result of less overhead, less structure, less rules, fewer tools to migrate or navigate through. And the preferred method of payment to consummate your transaction is PayPal. Facebook, not a stranger to many of us. On Facebook, there are two separate channels, I'll call them, or methods by which you and I can sell model train related items individually. One is through what Facebook calls the marketplace. And this is its homepage, as you would first see it. If you want to get then drill down into trains, you can see my search in the upper left-hand corner. This is some of the tiles that came up on the screen. And I'll be quite honest with you, as I'm poking around in here doing some research for this session, right away, this one really popped up. I'm interested in that era of Canadian Pacific boxcars, multi-mark logo on them. And hey, $1 really appeals. So I clicked on it. And here's what I found. When you get over into the detail, you suddenly discover that $1 enticement from the preceding screen now becomes $20 to $30. In the old marketplace, that used to be called bait and switch. You could also call it misleading advertising. There are rules about that in the broader marketplace. Many of you in your own countries, wherever you're listening to this from, are aware of some issues that come up, particularly this time of year during the holiday season leading up to Christmas. Again, a less regulated website, as you know from all the publicity about Facebook over the last couple of years. So you're very, very much in a site like this dependent on the honesty and the strategies of the individual sellers. However, if you're selling for yourself, you've got to make a decision. Is that what you want to be associated to? And is it attracting the kind of buyers that you want to reach? Within Marketplace, there are tools. This is a screenshot of the lead page. And here you can see, if you drill down on one of those tiles, what is the kind of instruction that you're going to get for a first-time seller on the Marketplace website. I can tell you from personal experience, what seems complicated initially, if you hang in there just by reputation, you will navigate just fine. Take it slow, read everything on whatever website you choose to start with, if you choose to start selling on the internet. And in no time at all, you'll get the hang of it. Facebook has then that other channel that I talked about. So one is Marketplace, but also there are lots and lots of groups, kind of like another version of Groups.io, that exist on Facebook. And I simply can't tell you how many of them there are. This is just a partial listing right here on this screen. Here are some more model railroad buy, sell, trade. Very clearly tells you what it's all about. You'll notice just below the title, there are roughly 4,500 members. So these are the people that have permission to actually sell through the site. Again, it's done like with Groups.io by posting. There aren't templates and things that you have to use. So in that way, it's a bit more free form, unregulated, and perhaps for some of you, less constraining, less things that you have to learn how to do. Where the flashing arrow is, one of the things that seems to be a common element across this part of the platform is the use of PayPal. So if you don't have a PayPal account now and are reluctant to use one, you're obviously going to be constrained on this site, not necessarily all sites, but on this site. And what I also learned through my research, which I didn't know because of some acrimony during 2020 between PayPal and eBay, is eBay now owns PayPal. Here's another site. So you can find sites not only by the general category of selling, but you can find them by jurisdiction. So there are Canadian groups, American, I'm sure, and here's one for Australia. You'll notice there are 6.6 thousand members, and these would be the people that would be able to buy and sell through this website. Here's one by type of train. So Lionel, you can also find them for HO, O scale, and so forth. you'll notice that this particular site has roughly 1,800 registered users. This is a theme that we're going to return to in a couple of minutes, but Model Train Market shows up on Facebook as being a seller. And 4.8 is its score. I was just looking around. It doesn't actually say who is registered to use it, and that's because Model Train Market is actually a store. So, as an individual vendor, can you sell on Facebook? Absolutely, yes. Listings are free, makes it very attractive for a lot of people. Are there any reputational issues? Well, specific for selling model trains, no. Again, you may be concerned about some of the bigger issues, but for what we're talking about here today, no, nothing popped up that I could find. Again, one challenge is how sellers manage their individual selling listings. And that's a problem I mentioned before. If you list things and forget to take them down, you may sooner or later have buyers complaining that you are disappointing them. Ease of use, I think fairly easy, but that's a relative term, perhaps. Certainly, posting is easier than some of the more um, supportive websites that have a lot of templates and other tools. So there are pros and cons. It may depend on your individual style. And as I pointed out earlier, PayPal is definitely, when using Facebook as a selling channel, is the preferred way to go. Well, I told you I would come back to Model Train Market. It is one of the seller platforms I wanted to originally investigate. So I was a little bit surprised when it popped up as a standalone group within Facebook. Model Train Market is essentially set up to be a buyer and seller of estate items. It's quite well organized as far as I can see. It does have some tools available, not as robust as some sites, to help you and me as first time sellers. So, can you sell individually? I couldn't find out that you actually could. It seems to be more that Model Train Market is an online store. They're happy to have you sell to them. What I began to get a feel for, though, as I looked around in the Model Train Market, is that they are allowing other established shops and stores, which proliferate on the internet for model trains. They are allowing them to sell through the model train market. And I suspect, I don't know because they didn't get back to me, is that they're partly doing that to increase traffic. But their main focus seems to be estate sales. Set aside customers, yes, all the reviews say so. Easy to use in terms of if I want to sell either my own or as a executor someone's estate, yes, quite easy to use from what I can see. And if you do set up a relationship with them, one of the things I was really impressed with is a wide range of options for both the buyer and the seller in terms of how you can make sure that your payment gets to the right party at the right time. Well, the 500-pound gorilla, sooner or later, we were going to come to eBay. eBay has been around for quite a while, and I've certainly started to buy on eBay back in the 1990s. One of the things that's changed, if you haven't been on eBay as a seller for quite some time, are all the tools that are available. And they're very, very robust, very complete. One of the things I really like about them is while you are filling in the information, think of in fact, the experience that you and I sometimes have. I know I do when you're trying to buy something and you make a mistake in the entry of the Visa number or some other detail. The website won't let you proceed and it flashes red, maybe even highlights where you made the error. These templates do that for you and I. So it minimizes the mistakes and the errors that we make in our listings. I like that. Here's going on further down in the template for selling. Just look at the options you've got at the top. You can determine whether it's going to be a fixed price or an auction. If you choose auction, you can select from a pick list the duration. I can also select when something's going to be listed. For North America, I like the listings to end at the end of a workday or on a weekend, but I may want to work on my listings early in the morning, so I can work now and post later. The other thing that it will do is it will mediate on an automated basis the relationship between buyers and what I'm trying to sell. So if I tick that box partway down under price where it says best offer, I will tell what I'm willing to accept. So let's say this item is going to list for 40. I'm willing to accept an offer for 37. I can then say in the windows that will pop up, don't accept any offer below that number, and the software will automatically reject them for me. It doesn't just generate more emails that I have to respond to manually. You'll note if you scan down further, in certain jurisdictions, you can put in what the sales tax is going to be for the sale that you are listing. The other thing that I like about it from that respect is that, for example, that locomotive that I sold last weekend in Colorado, as I open up the invoice to send it, excuse me, I notice that eBay has already deducted the Colorado sales tax, so and added it to the invoice. So that is part of a regulatory agreement that happened a number of years ago between eBay and all certainly the states in the United States. And I can do that manually in my invoice before I send it off to a buyer in terms of Canada. Other tools that are now available. This one is particularly helpful if you have listed a lot of things, which I have sometimes done. This lets you know how your sales are going. You can see as you scan across the row at the very top, it'll tell you how many people have indicated that they're watching it. The other thing that I like is it tells you if there is anyone who has requested more information or clarification. It's sometimes hard, at least at my end, sorting through all the emails that I get from eBay alone, plus all the others. I go to this screen and I can just click on, if there was a one instead of a zero, I just click on that and the question from the prospective buyer comes up. I like tools like that that help me use my time wisely. Here's another screen that's great. If you've ever used eBay over the years, certainly in the last, I'm going to say 5 years, and if you've clicked on watch for an item you were interested in, and then at some point later you received, the seller is offering you a 10% discount, this is how you and I as sellers generate this. At the top of the screen, you'll see this Rapido FP9A. Um, the software, selling software, has now indicated I could make an offer if I choose to. Of a discount to anyone who's watching. If that's something I decide I want to do, I click on the send offer, determine what kind of a discount I'm willing to provide, and the eBay software will automatically send it to those three watchers, and it will then manage their response to that offer. Here's another thing that's really good. Some years ago, I was in New Zealand on business. I saw in prototype Kiwi Rail in the what they call fruit salad paint scheme, and I thought, wow, this is great. I've got to have one. 5 to 7 years later, what I hoped to do with it hasn't really panned out. So I decided, look, let's just cut my losses. I'll take the money that I can get from it if I can sell it, and I'll reinvest it in something else for my layout. Very clearly, the demand for Kiwi Rail in North America wouldn't be that strong. With the click of one radio button on the seller template while I was listing, I was able to make sure that this was listed on ebay.com.au. Another Seller Hub item that's helpful is keeping track of your invoices. Here's another one. If you look over on the left-hand side, you'll see that at the moment it tells me I can purchase shipping labels. If I'd given you a screenshot earlier on, it would have told me I can send the invoice now and go in and make any necessary changes if I needed to, such as tweak the sales tax. And the item that is showing right now, the offer, is to purchase shipping labels. What a great time saver that has been, and I'll mention that again in a moment. For those of you who have been in the workplace and have had some dealings with what are called analytics, or perhaps your employer required you to start using software tools such as Salesforce, this kind of desktop or dashboard of how things are going, you know how to use this. It can be very helpful. Learn how to use some of this information. And yes, they do provide explanations if you click on it, can help you improve your future listings. And I try to do that wherever I can. Here's a breakdown that is the kind of information that many of you often like to be informed about, certainly with eBay, is what does it cost to sell? So do a quick scan here. You can see at the top that my gross sales for the time period from roughly September through to October, or if not early November, was 1152. What did it cost me to list on eBay? 161.42, so roughly 11 to 12% of my gross was made up of uh, fees to eBay for the services they rendered. And you'll note as well, I purchased almost $100 worth of shipping labels through them as well. The other thing that I like about eBay is they offer a cell phone app, and just sort of a political comment, if I may, from me. Cell phone app may seem superfluous to an awful lot of us, particularly if we're over the age of 65. But I can tell you, if you look around, look at your own kids, the cell phone and the cell phone apps are the way that many people access a lot of things that they're interested in. And I'll admit, as a buyer, I rely to some extent on my eBay app when I'm looking to buy something. So the fact that eBay allows us to use that channel, what a great way to appeal to the younger people that we're trying to bring into the hobby. Um, I know that many of you are independently wealthy. I'm not. I'm on a fixed income as a retiree. So I like to know that I'm getting paid fairly quickly after something sells. So one of the things that's happened in the last 4 months is that eBay has taken over the transfer of revenue that goes to the seller from PayPal. And quite frankly, the transactions are much, much faster. And there's what I have experienced just in the last 10 days. So eBay does obviously appeal to you and I as individuals. There are costs that are associated with all the tools and bells and whistles and support, which, by the way, include conflict resolution and a guarantee. It has a very strong, as far as I can tell, reputation. Has a lot of templates that flag things for us and help us in a number of other different ways, including the analytics that I showed you, and offers a fairly wide range of payment options. Before we sort of wrap up, just some general tools to make you aware of as well that can work in connection with a number of other websites, such as the ones that we've looked at here this afternoon. USPS, and I know that in Canada as well, um, Canada Post have websites where I can go and determine the price. If I want to purchase a shipping label in advance, there are third-party companies like Shippo that'll do that, and also now starting again in the last couple of months, eBay makes that possible. Why would you want to do that? Well, as a naive seller back about 4 or 5 years ago, I went to the post office every time I had something to send, and I bought my label across the counter. As the lineups got longer at this time of year, it became really, really time consuming as I queued up with everyone who was there before me. And then I cottoned onto the fact that I could use a site like Shippo, and I could purchase my labels for my boxes in advance. What a time saver it's been. I proudly skipped the line, walked to the front, waved my package in the air to the postal clerk at the counter, say, prepaid. They nod or wave in my direction. I leave it on the counter, turn around and leave, walking smugly so past everyone waiting to buy their stamps or whatever it's there for. So it is a very, very useful and handy tool. And they'll also help you to track your shipments as well on a lot of these sites, such as eBay. Well, what else might help us to determine whether we're going to sell on this site versus another? Well, it's not all just about costs and tools. One of the things is how much sites attract customers. And to that, I go to the analogy of what you and I experience as consumers in the broader marketplace. Across North America, for example, one of the things that's been going on for, I think, close to 20 years are auto malls. And when you go to an auto mall, it's many, many acres or hectares of land, and all of the dealers are in that area. So I, as a buyer, can pop around and see them. There's obviously an advantage from the standpoint of the automotive dealer to have an ability to track so many consumers to one geographic location. I see the same thing in town after city across North America. If I'm looking for fast food before I hit the road, find the right road out of town and look down and see all the signs of all the fast food joints that are there. Are they in direct competition with each other? Yes, but it's obviously working because it attracts me as well. So might the same logic work for you and I as sellers on the internet? So with that in mind, what are the kinds of a volume of other sellers that you're going to find on some of these websites? We'll scan down and you can see on that HO yard sale 3XP, it's 63 members that are selling. Model train market, there are stores, but you have to be a legitimate store. The likes of Paul Hurley working out of his basement is not going to qualify. But eBay, it's tens of thousands. That's both individual stores plus individuals. What about then the amount of inventory that people are likely to find if they come to that website? Well, I did this search. I searched an HO scale, which is the most popular in North America, and I chose a locomotive, the SD40-2, which is also reasonably popular in terms of the time periods that would be appealing to some layouts. You can see where I didn't get any hits. Down at Model Train Market, much to my surprise, the only hits that I got in HO were for decoders, and clearly they were from stores that were selling through Model Train Market with prior agreement. And on eBay, I got 269 hits. So when I'm looking for things to buy, generally eBay is where I go. Sometimes other places, but eBay is often my starting point. So for me, and this is a personal choice, and I mentioned that at the outset, where you're going to sell, how you're going to sell is partly about personal choice, comfort level. One of the things that I'm doing in my retirement is to keep myself challenged. So while I definitely want to part ways with inventory that I no longer need, my choice of starting to learn how to use this new tool was also about expanding my scope of knowledge and just learning something new at this stage of my life. But again, that's my choice. What it has allowed me to do, though, over time is what I thought was going to be a daunting exercise, almost an impossible one over the last 5 years or so of selling all the inventory that I purchased a long time ago and had no longer any need for. It's really turned it into an exercise in the possible. And if you choose to go this route, I hope you have that level of success too. And on that note, I'll turn things open to Q&A. Speed, if you want to moderate it for us, I'd appreciate that. Oh, one last comment, if I may. Sorry, Speed. Anyone who'd like a copy of this information, I know I covered a lot of ground and I was speaking quickly. The PDF of this presentation is going to be posted in the NMRA Group's Facebook page. Over to you, Speed.
Can you hear me now? I think I pulled a Marty with the mute button.
I can hear you.
There's a few questions here. Is there a way to reduce or minimize the listing fees in eBay?
Yes. eBay, in fact, has dropped its old charging method of an amount of money for each listing. When you start out, and so when I got back into using eBay earlier this year, they initially allocated 200 free listings per month. So that's one way. The second thing is making sure you don't go over that because then they do charge you per listing. And the other one is to protect your reputation as a seller. Again, on the eBay site, they monitor that, they encourage feedback. And as they get a sense of your history as a seller, they then increase the free allotment. They want to improve their relationship with you as a seller because they can see that you're doing a good job.
Okay. Next one is, can I sell my train inventory on wish.com?
The answer is yes, with a qualifier. If I'm in Canada, for example, it's going to be more challenging. Wish, for whatever reasons, has put some restrictions on people in Canada getting service and having access to it. But in the United States, go for it. I honestly don't know if wish.com is available to people outside North America. That one, I'm sorry, I just don't know about.
Okay, here's a slightly weird question. When selling online, do you have to honor returns? Which I wish you do.
At least on eBay, you have the option of declining. And I would say my buying experience would say that the vast majority of individual selling don't allow returns.
Okay. If you are shipping an expensive item like a locomotive, can you insure the item and add it to the shipping?
Um, I can qualify that and say yes, but it probably is dependent on the postal service that you're using. So I know that in Canada, when I do an initial um, search for the cost of postage, I can determine if it's a locomotive, what it's going to cost me to add insurance to that shipment. And yes, then I can add that into the shipping cost because it all gets totaled together when I buy the shipping label in advance through either eBay or through shippo.com.
Next one, you mentioned going to the post office and the line of people. How much work is there actually in this whole shipping and handling portion of the business?
Well, it depends. Like so many things in life, I think I've gotten better at it as I've done it more. I've probably sold this way, off the top of my head, 400 items or lots of items over the past 3 episodes that I indicated at the beginning. Um, I would say that I can now probably print and package an item within 15 minutes. And then, in terms of my personal situation, my distance from the postal depot is about a 30-minute round trip.
So you kind of group them together and not
When I
drive for
can,
everyone.
yes, but sometimes I don't get that lucky. And eBay, I can't speak for the other sites, but I suspect I know that Groups.io and Facebook really leave it up to the discretion and self-discipline of the seller. In the case of eBay, they're constantly sending both you and the buyer reminders to do things that you need to until the item has been delivered to the postal depot and a tracking number has been issued.
Okay.
So generally, 2 days on whether it's an individual item or a group. I can't, to my convenience, hold on to items and deliver them in bulk.
Next question is, how big a sales tax expert do you need to be? We've seen it on your eBay site there for, I think, 13% in Ontario. What about other places, and how about other sites?
Um, you need to know what your responsibilities are in the jurisdiction that you are selling from. That is the number one issue. Um, I've been to lots of train shows where the more organized vendors are keeping individual lists of everything they sell. They're partly doing that for inventory control, but my own personal experience from being in business for myself is that they're also doing it because the tax man's going to ask for an accounting. So it depends on your jurisdiction. Um, I've been incorporated for a number of years, so I would simply ask my accountant. Before I was incorporated, I just Googled and asked questions of government individuals. Or if you want to go and fly under the radar, well, then the question is actually irrelevant. In terms of selling in a different jurisdiction, sorry, Speed, just to mention that. So where I'm selling into the United States, quite a number of years ago, the American governments, plural, realized that an awful lot of people were buying and selling things over the internet and that it was changing the commercial environment. So they clamped down on it, and they, in the United States, now require eBay to collect sales tax on certain transactions. So that's done for me as an out of country seller.
Okay, that helps a little bit.
Yeah,
Uh,
a lot actually.
so what guarantees you get paid for item you sell on most sites?
Well, if
Right.
someone refuses to pay, number one, they're going to get flagged and probably, if it's eBay, get kicked off the site. The other thing that I really like about eBay as a seller and a buyer is their guarantee. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if the parties can't resolve what they need to, eBay will step in and make good on whatever out of pocket the individual has experienced on the transaction itself. Actually, out of pocket's not the right term to use, but if I sent somebody to something and they're not happy with the item, but I won't take back a refund, eBay is encouraging me to give them their money back, that kind of thing. So
But
eBay mediates the transaction.
but are you likely to ship an item before you get paid for it?
Oh God, you'd be a fool to do that. But again, in Groups.io and Facebook, that's really up to the savvy of the seller to realize that. eBay actually takes you through step, step, step. You can't even buy a label without having money be received at that end.
Okay. So someone here mentioned a PayPal has an option where you can use your friends and family button to save some fees, I guess, and that seems to turn into a ripoff. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't. That's the first I've heard of it.
Okay, so then last and more important question: can you talk a little bit about how you photograph these items before you list them?
Absolutely. It's not very sophisticated. I take a piece of Bristol board-like material to create a seamless backdrop. I have a high enough dryer in the laundry room. When I say high enough, it's probably about 5.5 feet off the ground. Sorry, I don't know it metric. And so I create a seamless backdrop by putting that up. I use a overhead light in the laundry room, and I have a ring light that I bought for doing media work, things on the internet. You can see them advertised quite easily. That was my choice. Originally, I just used a desk lamp to provide 2 lighting sources, and you do that to try and knock out shadows. And I have a point and shoot digital camera. Probably purchased it a decade ago for less than $300. And the one thing I make sure I do is I increase the megapixel setting. So it's important to know your controls. And I use a setting on the camera that allows me to have reasonably good what is called depth of field. And think about pictures you and I, all of us see in the train magazines, the train coming in the picture in the magazine is in focus from the front to the back. That's strong or deep depth of field. There are settings that on some cameras allow you to adjust that, and it makes for a better picture. And the one thing I do as well is I look at other people's pictures, and that's helped me to choose different angles and ways that I've gone about positioning what I want to sell. What I often will do for a locomotive, everybody knows, let's say, what an SD 40-2 looks like. What I want them to see is the detail on the one that I'm selling. So I usually lead with a more dramatic picture like nose on or nose at 3/4 view. And I include all the other stuff as well. But that's what I hope will attract them to my selling listing and the price, because it differentiates it from all the other guys that just take them side on.
Cool. Well, can I offer my one tip about buying and selling? That
Absolutely.
someone gave me at the big Springfield show in Massachusetts while we lived up there. He said, dude, you're new here. Build your layout and only buy the things you need. Don't go to all these swap meets and just collect things, because in the end, you have to do all this work to get rid of it again. So that has saved me quite a bit from having a huge collection of things that I would need to get rid of.
Yeah. In my case, the misfortune is over the last 25 years, I've moved my era of my layout, and this is my second one, from the 1950s to the 1980s.
Well, sometimes you're not as lucky.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you for a great clinic. There's lots of tips in here. I already texted a bunch of people who was trying to sell their stuff, so they will, maybe just follow the advice, or if you don't mind, I might put them in contact with you to ask for some advice if they need be. Thank you very, very much.
And I'll meet people in the chat room in a couple of minutes.
Afterwards, yes. So there's the breakout room, MRL-Aussies, werby.com/. There's also a link posted in Facebook, and in the YouTube channel, there's a description underneath us. And if you click on that bit.ly link, it will also take you there.
Thanks, Speed. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, I'm DeBob from DeBob's N-Scale Man Cave, and you are watching the NMRAx YouTube channel. And if you have not subscribed down below, ring that bell and give it a good like as well. Leave a comment down below, but by all means, subscribe. I know you want to. And by the way, you should stay off those tracks. Thanks.
Okay, welcome back to NMRAx Studio 1 here on the sunny Gold Coast in Brisbane, Queensland. Although it's not too sunny today outside. And we've got the next two clinics coming up, and I'll be your host. So I thank Speed for his work before. And as you can see behind me here, if I push the right hand up, you can see the breakout room. So there's a few people dropping in and out of there. Just go over, click join group to whatever group you want to have a chat to, and yeah, have a chat. You can come back out of the groups. You can go back into the groups, into another group. If you go to wearby.com/MRL-Aussies, and that'll take you straight there. There's plenty of links I think the boys have got up in the chats, and if you look at the YouTube page, the link is actually in the description down below. So on to the next one. Been good so far. I enjoyed Ralph's chipped wood one before. Anyhow, if I can click the right button here, we've got Jerry Hopkins from down under in Australia, and we've got some news about about Jerry. Do you realise this is your 11th clinic that you've done for NMRAx now?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, the Aussies are holding the record. So, Jerry's been here a few times. He's got some great video of different Australian layouts. And I'd say with that NMRAx record now, you're at the top of the field for maybe a special in the Christmas show. So we'll work something out. So without any further ado, I'll pass it over to Jerry, and he can introduce his video of Australian layouts.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This video is a little different to the earlier ones. It's exhibition layouts and conventional layouts. Here in Australia, we haven't had any meetings for almost 2 years because of lockdowns and not allowed to go from one state to another. So I couldn't travel around getting new layouts. So I went back through the archive and I pulled up some really good layouts from exhibitions, a lot of them Australian, some narrow gauge, British and American. The first layout you'll see, because there's only music behind them, exhibitions are just too noisy for sound, is a U drive layout built by our regional membership secretary, and it goes to certain exhibitions, and it's a U drive where people can drive and switching on a layout. And in the one that you see, there's a youngster being taught by Spencer, one of our Central Coast members, and this layout wanders around and is very, very handy. You can ask questions through it. I'm not going to guarantee I can answer all of them, but we'll have a try. So if you want to roll it now, Mr. Martin.
Not a problem, Brad. I think you've got the go button on the 16mm projector. Okay, so that was another great little video from Jerry there. If anyone's got any questions, post them in the chat. Jerry's here with us now to have a little chat. And what can you tell us about some of those layouts? It looks like the video actually froze on the very last one there. I don't know what's happened, but it must have been a jam in the 16mm film projector as it was going along, although we didn't see the burning screen logo come up. So, Jerry, let me have a little look if we got any more questions here. No, it's pretty quiet. I think with most of your videos, the questions are pretty well answered when people watching the video. There's a good smattering of layouts there. I noticed there was a couple of European layouts there.
Oh yeah, well, I used to get around a bit before this lockdown thing, and another 15 days, and we've got all the restrictions removed here in New South Wales. So, but going interstate or coming from interstate's a problem.
Yes,
but
well,
we've got some exhibitions starting in the new year and some conventions. So yeah, I'll get the camera out again, and away we go.
Well, hopefully 2022 will bring us better season for model train shows and conventions. I know I'm looking forward to getting down to the NMRA Australian Convention in Sydney. We've had to postpone that twice now in 2 years in a row, so hopefully it'll all go ahead this year or next year, 2022. Anyhow, thank you very much for that, Jerry. That was
That's okay, my pleasure.
Great little video, and we'll look forward to Jerry Hopkins' 12th appearance on NMRAx coming up soon. We'll duck over here and have a quick look, see what's happening in the chat rooms there, in the breakout rooms. Oh, it looks like Ralph's still got a few people in there that he's entertaining with probably different weathering tips, and Speed's over there talking to a few people about JMRI op sessions. So just nip on over to wearby.com/MRL-Aussies, and you can then join one of the groups. Jerry Hopkins should be dropping in there if you want to have a chat with Jerry. I think Paul's dropped out. He's finished up for the evening. And then our last presenter, Lloyd, he'll be in there after he's done his clinic. And then, of course, after the NMRAx show today, basically all the crew will be in there as well. So you're more than welcome to drop in and say good day. We'll have to thank a few people for the breakout room. It's sponsored by Model Railroading Live. So catch Who's Big Bill Talking To. That's always an entertaining little talk show. And the Empire Show, I think they've got running at the moment. But if you look up in YouTube, Model Railroading Live, and go and have a look at their channel. But they're the ones that have given us the breakout rooms. So many thanks to Big Bill and the crew over there. And I think we'll go for a break. I don't know if Brad's still hanging around or lurking in the background there. Break it is? Okay, well, I'll let you take us to a break.
Hi, this is Big Bill coming from MRL, Model Railroading Live America. If you guys have been watching the NMRAx and enjoy it, you guys should hit the sub button, hit the like button, and also the notification so you'll know every time they come on with the show. Greatly appreciate it. You take care and God bless.
Okay, we're back. We had a few problems there getting things hooked up. We had to quickly jump on a plane and fly all the way from Australia back up to Ontario in Canada, and we've got Lloyd here. So I hope everybody's ready for a presentation related to structures. So when you like to do research and gather photos for modeling, sometimes you'll like to see how this covered bridge came about. Lloyd's going to do a little clinic on his latest project. So also from Ontario, Canada, with his 5th clinic on NMRAx. So he's getting up there. We'd like to welcome NMRAX's own Lloyd Henchy. So Lloyd, it's over to you.
Well, thank you, Marty. This is not basically a clinic. It's mainly like a presentation of how I built my covered bridge. So to get started, let me just share. Okay, so welcome everyone. Before we start discussing the Contoocook covered bridge, let me tell you how I got to this point. In 2014, we bought a house bigger than what we were looking for, and it ended up with a basement with no furniture to fill it. So at this point, I told my wife that the basement would become my retirement project with model trains. Having no knowledge of this hobby, never having a train set, and not being on a train that I can remember, research was of importance. While looking at pictures, videos, and lurking in forums, covered bridge were very scarce, which made the decision of having one a must. I had just started building my layout when I came upon plans for a covered bridge and started building it from scratch in 2017 and ended up with this covered bridge. It was okay, but it wasn't to my liking, especially when I decided to go for my structure achievement program for my MMR. So 4 years later, after the build, which brings us to 2021, I came upon another set of plans, pictures, and a video of what was to become my new covered bridge. The covered bridge in question is called the Contoocook Railway Covered Bridge, and it's the oldest railroad covered bridge standing in the US. It is found in Merrimack County in New Hampshire. But before we go into details of the build, let us look at the history of the bridge. In 1848, Concord and Claremont Railroad was chartered to build a 60 miles line, which included a few bridges through Contoocook River Valley because of numerous saw, grist, and silt mills. Because of damages by ice, water, and sags in the center, the bridge needed to be dealt with and rebuilt. In 1888, the bridge was taken over by Boston, Maine, and rebuilt in 1889 with double web town lattice truss and used till 1962. As of today, the bridge still stands and is one of the 8 surviving covered bridge in the US. The Contoocook covered bridge was meant to stay, as it went through a flood in 1936 and was knocked off its footing. Again in 1938, it was knocked off its footing because of a hurricane. Both times the bridge was hauled back up onto its abutment. In 1955, the passenger service ended and the freight ended in 1962. It was then used as a warehouse until 1989. In 1989, the state of New Hampshire took ownership of the bridge for maintenance and preservation. And here's another picture of the bridge as it stands today. So we will now look at the prototypical build of the covered bridge in HO scale. While doing some research, I did find a company selling the same covered bridge for almost $300 US. And I also met two people who also scratch built the same bridge. It's a small world, and it, it was it was very interesting to meet the other two people that built from scratch. I was able to find pictures and plans of the bridge at the Library of Congress. The plans were detailed, and I was able to bring them in Photoshop and scale them down to 1/87. Once the work done in Photoshop, I then printed the plans so I could have a template for the construction. Next, I had to make a list of all the scale lumber needed. And that's where I guess my background in civil engineering came very useful, because I was able to come up with exactly well, not exactly, but yeah, exactly the right amount of lumber needed. And I got all this lumber from Mount Albert Scale Lumber. So I first started with the walls. Each wall has 12 layers, 4 layers of double web lattice and 8 layers of cord. I take the printed plan on of the wall down and build on top of it using carpenter glue for each piece. This is this one here. This is basically when I was finished doing the 4 parts of the wall. So you've got 2 double lattice and 2 double cord. And now all I needed to do was to assemble everything for one wall. So this is what it looked like after the wall was completed. I needed to assemble all 4 pieces to create one wall and then repeat the whole process for the other wall. Once assembled, I applied the stain to the wall structure. The stain I use is Unterline. I can't remember which. Anyways, it's a dark. It's a dark stain. This is the inside of the actual bridge at this time, and the state has ownership. So the tracks were removed, and there was planks put in the middle for people to. Yeah, it was the fact that it was used as a warehouse. So the tracks were already gone. So the inside of the walls had boards at both ends on each side. That's the top picture on the left. It wasn't done completely all inside. There was only like a small section on both sides and both ends. The outside of the wall was done in 2 sections. The bottom part was about 4 feet 10 inches, and the top part was about 12 feet 10 inches. For the boards, I used double-sided tape from Scotch to secure them to the frame. It was much faster than having to put glue on every piece, on every board. And for those who wonder if it was sticky, it was very sticky, because once you put the board in, I tried to remove some of them and they were really stuck. So it's a good way of gluing things, I guess. But all the boards were pre-stained, again with Unterline stains. And you can see at the bottom, bottom right, the two walls were completed that way. Again, as an actual picture, as you can see, the two layers of the siding. Next was the roof. Again, I take the printed plan and build on top of it. I started with the tie beams and the exterior rafter beams. It was much easier to work with the plans that way. And going back to Photoshop of like bringing it down to scale, what I did is I took the drawing and scaled it down so I can just barely see each end of the floor, and I knew what the measurement was, so that's how I scaled it down to 1/87. I then added the central rafter beam with the diagonal roof brace. Now, the fun part, uh, the diagonal roof braces were notched, and so were the rafter ends. That took a long while. I had to cut them exactly where the rafter beams were, but everything fit properly and made everything very strong. So, like I said, they were not notched at one end so they could sit on the exterior rafter beams. Those are very tiny pieces when you're doing it to scale. I then added the boards along the entire roof. The rows were staggered from each end, like you can see from the top picture, where the pieces were staggered. Every second one was staggered, and the right picture is basically the roof that's completed. Now, I had a hard time finding how the roof was done, and I finally got the answer that it was the metal roof was basically sheets of metal. So the flat metal roof was built in two pieces using the Scotch double-sided tape with strips of 1x2 basswood to create the joints in the panels and heavy-duty aluminum foil. So I decided to do the metal roof away from the wooden roof, just in case I kind of screwed up. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to touch the roof until that part was finished. So I first drew my vertical lines for the ridges on a piece of paper. And then I used the Scotch double-sided tape to cover the entire sheet. I then added my 1x2 basswood. And once completed, I then added the aluminum foil and used Q-tip to remove all the creases. I mean, I could have bought something different, but I ended up doing it like scratch. So this is what the roof looked like before paint and weathering. So you've got two pieces. Like I said, I did two pieces separately and then added it to the roof. There was no pictures of the roof, the actual roof. So it was hard for me to come up with some weathering, and I'm not as good as Ralph. So I had this picture and I said, okay, that's what I'm going to look to make it look. That's what I'm trying to get the final result for that roof. So I found another roof on the internet, the picture and of metal sheets. So I got the picture to get the idea, and that's how the final look of the roof looked like. looks better in person than a close-up picture. So next was I was going to do for the end walls. Now the end walls were pretty delicate, so I used wax paper and glued the board directly on it as per the printed plan underneath. Again, that plan was done to scale. So once done, it was framed. In other words, there's a piece that goes all around the outside and the inside. Then I was able to cut off all the extra that was left with the end walls. So I had to do that twice. So here's another picture to guide me into the build of the end walls. Those pictures were very useful. I mean, you can go with a plan, but pictures say 1,000 words. At this point, I needed to test the walls and the roof to make sure everything would fit right. So as you can see, it's a bit loose, like the roof is loose and everything is loose. The assembling was going to be done afterwards. Next was the floor. So I started with the primary floor beams and secured it with the secondary floor beams and added the diagonal floor braces. At this point, I'm still working with the plans that were scaled to 1/87. If I'm not wrong, if I'm not wrong, the same plan, like half the plan was the roof and half the plan was the floor. I then worked on the tracks, and this was my first go at installing tracks. So the tracks I used were code 83, and the rails inside were code 70. I had ordered tie plates and spikes. The spikes kind of went on the wayside because there's no way I was going to be able to drill little holes and put that in. I tried, I think the first 3 spikes I took, they kind of flipped and I lost them. So I said, you know what, I'm not going through this. So basically I glued down the rails onto the tie plates. And then I finished with guardrails on both sides. They're not on the picture, but they're guardrails. So once the ties and the rails were done, I installed it on the floor that I had done, that you see under. Now, of course, we all do mistakes. I didn't know better, so I went with the plan, and the plan showed boards all across the floor, and I thought the rails were on top of the boards until somebody mentioned, no, those, when the engineers came in to look at the bridge, they drew the bridge as it was. So that's when the floor was done and the rails were removed. So I had to remove everything I had done, all the boards, and not kind of start over, but almost. So another test to make sure that the walls were flat and that they fitted well. Now, for the abutments, I decided to go with exactly what the plan showed. So I drew the outline, well, I drew the outline shown on the plan on a piece of foam, and then I cut the foam exactly like it was. So the abutments were created with a foam base, and individual foam stones were glued to the base, as you can see, different sizes and different thickness. So the abutments were carved in the shape of the drawings on the plan. I then covered everything with plaster, and once dried, I scraped the plaster with the metal brush to remove the plaster on the rocks, leaving a mortar between the rocks only, and at the same time giving the rocks some texture. I then completed the abutment by painting the rocks with acrylic assorted colors, and I finished it off with a wash. So another testing for the placement of the abutments and the location of the bridge. The abutments were placed on my freelance layout, and the blending was done when I did the scenery. So basically, the bridge and the abutments are, I would say, pretty prototypical. And you can see on the right-hand side, inside the bridge, I presume that was a toolbox. It is a box, but I guess it was a toolbox, because in real life, there was a switch that came out straight from the bridge. From the bridge. So the lever was inside the bridge. Now, with all the work done to build this bridge, I was disappointed that nobody would be able to see the details inside the covered bridge. So I needed to come up with a solution. My first solution was to install tiny little hinges on the roof and the wall, so I could open the roof, like tilt it open, so people would be able to see the underneath of the roof and the walls. But I found out that with the knee brace on the roof, they would prevent me from lifting the roof. So, and the thing is, I had already glued the walls down to the floor. So I had to unglue them and then glue the roof to the walls, because my second idea, which I had seen on the internet for buildings, the video I saw, the person had installed magnets to hold their buildings in place. There was magnets under the building, and there was magnets on the layout, so the building was stuck there. So that became my solution. So what I did is I installed 2 mm magnets. Those are really, really tiny magnets. So I installed 2 on either ends. So I installed magnets under each end of the walls, and another set of on the floor beams. This way I could remove the structure from the floor for show, and in case there was any derailment. And they're pretty strong. To finalize the area for the bridge, I did some falls in a river surrounded by static grass, bushes, and weeds. And I've been using a lot of Martin Wilberg's products, which I found they're great. They're not cheap, but I mean, you don't put them all over your layout. You just put them sparsely around, and the rest is static grass. I also added a trestle bridge, which is also scratched, because some of the freights wouldn't be able to go through the covered bridge. That, like I said, that bridge was built in 1889, so there's a few cars or locomotives that can't go through it. But I mean, the main reason is I also have a double main line layout. So during operations, the right bridge is going to be very important. On the trestle bridge, I have an electrical conduit that you see in the front, and there's also two phone wires that go across. So this is what the final scene looks like. I think I spoke a bit too fast, but anyway, we're not finished yet. So some final thoughts. There was lots of research. In high school, I hated history. I don't, if I'm not wrong, I skipped a few classes, if not many. History is not my forte. But going through all the research I did, I really got interested in that bridge. There's a lot of history in it, and it was fun. So this project took 5 months from the time I decided to do some research to the last blade of grass that I placed. So the total cost of the project was about $280 Canadian. That's without the scenery. And I really enjoyed doing this project. It was fun. It wasn't a pain in the butt. I took my time and I really enjoyed it. Like I said, the only downside is that all the hard work can't barely be seen. That's the only downside, because all that work is just covered by boards and a roof. So the idea of being able to remove that bridge from the floor was fantastic. Let's see. Oh yeah. I'll finish with a small video of my covered bridge and a video from Charles Fenton, which was filmed in 1950 with an 8mm camera. Enjoy it, and I'll be back after the video. Well, thank you for watching. I guess we've come up to the question period.
Okay, Lloyd, that was brilliant. Let me get screen sorted here. Okay. Oh, that was excellent. That was excellent. Now, questions. Let's go over and have a look in the chat and see what we've got. Anybody's got a question here for Lloyd, put it in the chat and we shall get to it. Let's have a look at Facebook first. What have they got over there? Basically no questions, but there's quite a few comments. Wow, well done, Lloyd, and very nice modelling. So yeah, there's a few bits and pieces there, mainly comments. Let's have a little look over in YouTube. It's usually more in YouTube. So Let's see. There's one here from an old friend. He's asking how many layers in that wall. Looks like Speed's going to build one of these, is he? So
It's 12 layers. Like there's what do we call them? Okay, you got the lattice, which is 2. The chords. Okay, let's start with the chords. There's 3 chords. There's 2 lattice. There's 2 more chords, 2 lattice, and 3 more chords. So basically the wall is 12 layers thick. So that's a lot of wood.
yes, yes. Yeah, there's a lot of timber in there. Well, I guess if Speed's going to make it, it'll probably be an N scale, so it'll be half as much wood.
I don't know if I would do that in N scale. Gee, just an HO was pretty small. Just doing that roof, pieces were so small.
Bernard Helen says amazing work. Mark Stafford. Oh, look, Mark's here from down in Melbourne in Australia, and he's asking, did they put ballast between or over the bridge?
What I've seen and what I've researched, no, you would be able to see the water underneath. So, no.
Okay, so no ballast through that track. There's another comment here. Someone says they saw this technique at the NER convention. Amazing way to build stone walls. So I think that was when you were doing your abutments with the stone walls. There's another comment here. Wow, great job. And there's another comment here. That's important to take apart so you can clean your track. So I guess they're talking about the way you come up with being able to take the top of the bridge off and access the track if you have a derailment or clean track when that's need to be done or any other reason.
Yeah, well, when I decided to build it to scale, that bridge is 167 feet long. So basically in HO, it came out to about 23 inches. So yeah, that's a long span if you get some type of derailment inside that bridge. But like I said, the main reason I wanted to be able to remove the roof or the structure is mainly to show people what was inside. I had people come over last weekend. I had an open house all day, and the fun part was being able just to take the structure and turn it upside down and be able to see every bits and pieces. I tried to put those wooden pegs, like try to make pegs. Do you know how small that is in HO? No, and the thing is, the fact that it's hidden behind the walls, you can't see it. So I said, you know what? I'm not putting any pegs in there. But I did try though. It was 3 pegs per when you had the pieces that did the crossing, so you had 3 pegs in there.
Yes.
And no.
It was way too hard.
Sometimes, crazy or no. But the reason I did that bridge is all my okay, I'm working towards my MMR, and for the structure AP, one of them has to be a bridge. And if you remember at the beginning, my first covered bridge, well, I basically glued tracks on wood, and that's not how you'd probably lose points for that.
Yes.
Or you're not going to get good points. So I decided to really work on something that's very prototypical, and I've got 2 bridges, so I know that I'm pretty good with everything I've got now.
Oh, excellent.
But it was fun. I love that part of building stuff. So that's like 5 months of not working on my layout.
Well, I guess that that model will score highly in the prototypical section of the scenery AP scoring. But just going back to those magnets again, I was thinking when you actually brought them up, uh, you could maybe put a magnet on one side and then just a steel pin for it to hook down on, and that might make it a little easier to put in. But the other point was as well, if you used them on any other buildings on your layout, because I thought that that'd be a great way of being able to get a building to actually seat flat. Because when you put a building in, you know, so as you know, sometimes the base is slightly out of level or whatever, and you get that little gap running around the outside of the building. Well, with those magnets, that would
Yeah.
pull it down.
Not only for that, is that if you're going to put lights in the building and something happens, all you got to do is take out, like, just remove the building, do what you have to do, and just set it back exactly at the same place.
Yeah, yeah.
I found that very easy, and the thing is, with that wall, the fact that I only had like 2 cords to work on, and then drill a small hole. The magnet had to be very, very small. So,
Yes, yeah.
yeah. So, like I said, I've got 2 on each end, and I'll probably put 2 in the middle also. But it's pretty steady, sturdy.
Okay.
So I'm not
Especially
too
with
worried about
a building like that that's built all out of timber. I mean, even if you got a breeze or something in the room, if you had a window open, it could move it
Nah.
quite easily. But with those magnets there, it ain't going anywhere.
No, it's not going anywhere. And even I had uh, the video of my train going through. One of the cars is pretty long, and it kind of hit the edge of the bridge, and that's because my curve starts a little bit too close to the bridge, so I'm gonna have to redo that part of the track. But when it hit, I mean, the bridge didn't even budge. So
Right, right. I got one more question or a few more questions that come up here. Andy was asking. Now you can tell he's from London. What was the original purpose of putting the roof on the bridge? So I guess I'll let you explain to Andy why you'd have the roof on the bridge.
it's to protect the wood from rain, snow. Um, that's what I read. So I would. That's where my knowledge stops when it comes to anything that has to do with trains. But I did read somewhere where it protects the wood um, from the snow and the rain.
Snow and ice and bits and pieces. I guess you get a bit of snow up round that way as well.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of snow up in New Hampshire. It's a bit like us.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I know where it is now, so I'm when everything is back to normal. That's a place I'd like to go see now, since I got so involved in that bridge. I need to really go look at it.
Oh, that'll be a nice trip when you can get across the border. I don't know what it's like at the moment in the States, but yeah, here in Australia we can't get across borders. So anyway, let's move on. Bernard's put a question in here. What would you have done differently if you had to build this again? So what would you have done differently in this project?
Hmm.
Oh, it's made him think now.
Yeah, like for example, when I wanted to have the the roof being removed, or the structure being removed from the main floor, I should have thought about it first, because I had glued the wall down, and having to remove the wall afterwards, it was a pain in the butt. Um, but the structure in itself, there's not much I would redo. I'd probably do the same way. Um, I would probably learn more about weathering a roof, because I mean, it looks okay, but it would need a better weathering job, put it this way. But the rest, no. Like I really took my time, like 5 months to do this. No, I did all my research before getting started. I had so many pictures and that I had pretty much all the information needed.
Cool. Cool. There's a few more comments here, or Brad's
this way.
Trains actually said he saw that bridge last weekend and it's beautiful. So apparently, there's someone that's seen it recently and it's up and it's in good nick. Split Rock says it sounded like a challenge to me as well. And here's a poignant question coming from Sparky. And I know where he's coming from with this because I have the attention span of a gnat, as everyone knows. The latest rabbit hole that I'll find, I go running down and then forget everything else that I've been doing or starting. So anyway, Sparky said it took you 5 months to do it. How did you keep yourself focused on the project?
Oh, I'm really focused all the time. No, I love the attention to details. And when I was doing the wall, okay, like for doing the wall took, let's see, to do one lattice, okay, just one lattice. Well, that took one night, and then I would do the other one the next night, and having to do a lot of things, like having to work on Photoshop to shrink the plans, cutting your wood. You're always doing something different. It's not always the same thing you're doing. So it's the same thing when I do my scenery, do bits and pieces, then I'll go do something else. When I say it took me 5 months, it's not 5 months nonstop. I was doing other things too. I was working on a building. I was working on the diorama. The only thing I wasn't doing was electricity, which I should be doing. But I've got so much to do on my layout that I change everything. Like one day I'll do one thing, then the next day I'll do something else. Yep. Or I'll work on, like I was working on the bridge, and let's say I was doing the end piece. Once I did one, I'll wait till tomorrow to do the next one. You know, because if you want to rush into it, that's where mistakes happen.
Yes.
I can't say that I haven't done any mistakes. The end wall, the first time I did it, kind of came apart. So I said, no, that's not how I'm going to do it. So yeah, I did a few mistakes, but I mean, nothing big. And if you ask me if I was to do this bridge over, sure, I would do it over. Probably the same way too.
Cool.
But I love what I did. It was fun.
It's brilliant work, and I always get interested when you do or anybody does a prototype building. I'm a bit of a history buff, and I love the research part of it at the beginning to get going. But what we got here, Speeds put a comment in. He said he's so glad there's no lumber touching the ground in Namibia. To tell you the truth, Speed, after watching that tour a couple of NMRAXs ago of Namibian rail, I don't think there's much of anything touching the ground bar dirt. So
that's right.
Yeah, it was a pretty sparse. It was like watching. It was like I watched it and I thought I was watching an op session on the moon or something like that. But
I don't know why he wants me to go over and help him with scenery. There's no scenery to be done.
Well, Lloyd, there's no one can spread dirt like you. So you've got that knack. So that's why he wants you down there. Okay, let me go back over to Facebook and see if we've got any questions there. People at Facebook, have they put anything in? No, it's just a lot of comments over there saying a great job, very nice. So yeah, we'll go back over to YouTube, and no one's added anything there. So Lloyd, another brilliant little clinic. Um, and it's always interesting to see the structures that you're building. It always find it entertaining with the interiors that you do and the like. So I look forward to seeing some more stuff in your next project. And thank you very much for being here at this NMRAx.
It was a pleasure. It was nice seeing you.
Cheers. We might just duck over and we'll have a look if anybody's in the breakout rooms. So we'll have a look. It's looking, hang on, it's looking pretty busy over in Speed's JMRI Ops room. I think he's doing an impromptu clinic over there, or showing people how his op session and his dispatching works online. So you can do online ops. So I don't know if Brad's still there, but I think we're about ready to wrap this up for November. It's been another bumper 4 hours. We had some great little clinics there, some useful information, I hope, for everyone. So we're all going to be going over to the breakout room. So if you're on YouTube, down in the description there's a link that will take you to the breakout room. At the moment, Speed's holding court in his ops room. But yeah, you're welcome to come over there. We're going to join in. Brad and I are going to head over there now. And we'll wrap this up for this month. And what do we got coming up next month? You got any news there, Brad?
All I can tell everyone is we're going to be a couple of weeks early on the 18th, I believe it is, of December, just to bring it forward of Christmas. So
Yep.
if anyone's out there and really keen to give a clinic, reach out to Speed on Facebook, and either Speed or myself will get in touch and try to line something up for you to fit into the coming shows.
Excellent. So, well, I ain't got much more to say. Thanks, everyone. And we'll see you all next month on the 18th or over in the chat room.
Catch us all later.
Be safe.
Did you want me, Marty? Marty, come back. Don't get a sandwich just yet. You want me to do another one? Okay. All right. Hey, everybody out there in Facebook. No, where are we at? Oh, we're in NMRAx land. This is your old buddy Lionel Strang from Modeler's Life. You just, I bet Modeler's Life, modelerslife.com. You just go there and you'll hear all kinds of podcasts. Anyways, Marty wanted me to come on here and remind you that if you like, excuse me, I need my green sunglasses for this part. He wanted me to come on here, waste your time, and tell you that if you want to see more of these NMRAx videos, just click, make sure you subscribe, and then you click this little bell icon, like you always hear Ron from Ron's Trains and Things. Hi, I'm Ron of Ron's Trains and Things. He always says, click the little bell icon, and then you get notifications after you subscribe. How much am I getting paid for this, Marty? Well, do I get a check or something? Wouldn't it be easier if they just mailed? I'm thinking it would be easier if you just mailed the videos to the individuals, but you know, Marty knows better. See ya. Modeler's Life. Follow Modeler's Life too. Bye.